Good morning. Oop, not that one. So I've been a little bit bothered by these scaling artifacts. It's like sometimes it can do it. Oh. Well, is it only zooming out? Sometimes it can't. I should have to work on these sometime too. So I think I want to do a test on this because it's only going to get harder as we write more stuff. Now, rather than rewriting everything, I think I can just do some small stuff and zoom in and see if that's even a promising area of research. Hmm. So this requires a resolved position. It would be nice to... Well, you also do some scaling stuff that's not necessarily going to be helpful here. Let's just be a rectangle. So... All right, so text size, we're not going to text size, we're not going to scale, we're just going to try to do whatever that is. It can be wherever. I might want to place you. Now, this is like 500. So I don't know what a small, no, boon.icon, boon.name we don't have. We've got a basic boons. But we're not guaranteed that any of those exist. Oh, right. I guess you would... Wait, can cat map work? First argument to be... Basic boons, I think, is just a list. Maybe I need a stack. Well, the stack is these two elements. No, right, this is still a list. That would only be if it was nested lists. So we basically have to do another stack on here. Okay. Oh, is this thing still inside? This is still inside the scale for the entire thing. All right, so there's that scale zoom. This is the scale to size. I might need, I think there's like an over operator. Collage. Okay, so we do have to do something with that. That's... So is it completely hidden? Okay. Well, this is already sufficient to prove that this is not an issue of we're doing things to scaling to really small size and then back up. Is this something to do with our zoom factor? All right, I'm outside the my black rectangle here. Yeah, every once in a while you saw it flip over to nice rendering. Oh, and there it goes. Maybe it's if I... Small screen size. Sometimes. Height and width of the SVG container likely to have. Don't use too high values. Render SVGs before resizing them. So what is our SVG ending up at here? Didn't I just say 100%? Now, maybe 100% ends up being an uncertain thing here. Now, is that me? Yeah, that's me. Okay, so what if... Well, now I just have to pick numbers out of the air. Nope, doesn't help at all. Or maybe... Yeah, but it's able to do it sometimes is the weird part. Well, I also need to put you in a different position, so you're actually inside my bounds. Oh, nope, that was the icon size. And you could be further in. The icon could also be bigger, and I think I lost a shift somewhere that was for... It was for the text. Yeah, so it's not actually the same size, but oh yeah, that is limiting us here. Do I have to redo this as canvas? It's so weird. One thing I could look at is is this like a floating versus fixed scale? Or floating versus integer scale? Okay, so that's 14, 17. We do not get back to the same place. I mean, these are all still like irrational fractions as far as I can tell. Maybe it, yeah, no, this isn't even if we're hitting the pixels. It's just like it's just bad. Uh, would it help to do everything much larger? Now, this is going to be on-screen size. I don't think... Well, we can try an extreme here to see if it changed anything. Does not look any better at all. Oh, and I guess I don't actually need this because it hasn't made a difference yet. Okay, so we're drawing that at constant size. Okay, so this does have something to do with its original display size. So I need to lay this out against a very, very large grid, and then we have to figure out how to make that fit back. Right, and then this is basically actually drawing this bigger, is what that comes down to. Yeah, so doing absolute layout wouldn't help. We need the actual image just to be big enough to support zooming into like here. Now the size was arbitrary. 500 was kind of what fit into here. I don't know. Well, we know 500 is way too small, and 5,000 is probably too big. And realistically, this is probably as close as you need to get. Which I guess I can go back to printing at my zoom level. Or should I actually just put this on there somewhere? Oh, well. We've got one in front. Align bottom. So those are all technically attributes, but our attribute list is getting longer here. And technically, this all should have been indented to begin with. And this is just going to be, is it just text? Well, string.fromFloat. Okay. Wait, that's O? Oh, right, because I actually have to zoom out to see this. So I'm gonna have to work out. Well, the other part of this is what does this do if we put in fixed values relative to that? Okay, so that restricts us. It doesn't. It does not resize the image. Now maybe there's attributes we could use. Man, it's not really an image that would have image fit, would it? So if we're looking at one god, we're at like, well, only 0.79 because technically, maybe actually we do is try to set this to 1. Which actually means we're still pretty close to our current resolution. Now, admittedly, I might normally be looking at something like this, but I guess height-wise, that's still pretty close. You see, that's 1. Or 0.79 for something. And I was trying to find 1. I was saying, oh, maybe we're looking there. Which almost says this is about the right size. I mean, we're still getting occasional aliasing here. And sometimes it can smooth it out and sometimes it can. I mean, I could always go full canvas, although that, I guess that could get worse performance-wise. We could pick a nice computing number. But now I have to figure out how to rescale. I guess it'd kind of be going to be my, well, this is where we need to get the window width and then like set our initial zoom or something. Also, this thing is kind of garbage now. Ew. What happened there? All right, so this test didn't do anything useful for us. So that puts us there. I don't know what this... Oh, that's one. I guess that'd just be an initial zoom value, which, until we get around to doing window measurement. Jeez. I don't know, source up yet. Well, not image. All right, so now we're on to tools for manual layout. So I'm not even sure how to describe that. I mean, these are going to be kinds of flow charts. But I specifically need something that can export the points at. Well, we can do XML. It's elements. Okay, those are all the shapes. Yeah, shapes I don't know about. What about like guidelines? Outline, layers, shapes, a ruler. There's a waypoints. Yeah, well, it's too superficial to say anything about certainty, but I'm not seeing something that would necessarily help me get things lined up nicely. Hmm. Okay. Well, it's apparently open source in some sense, so it's got that going for it, but I'm not seeing what I need to. There's some layout stuff. Well, that's multi-user. That's probably too much. It's nice that they can do flow connections. This looks decidedly commercial, though. 3 documents. I might actually want 8 documents. I could kind of put them together. Plans and pricing. Yeah, and I see the other one I could kind of try it out. I don't know if there's any way to see if this does what we need. Well, maybe it has tools to line stuff up. Since it has only connections and automatic alignment, it would sort of work. I don't know if it could do some of the things I want, though. Not really sure what this falls under. It's not exactly a flow chart. Yep, actually useless. Okay, that's hierarchy. So it might actually be closer to process mapping. Although this looks like it's pretty much that stuff for rigid things there. Once again, teams. Hmm. Editable documents 3. I don't. I see. I don't. If there was an easy way to see if it would work, I mean, I guess you could do the free. It's a lot of sign up stuff. Circuit diagram, data flow. We're not data flow. And there's just so much stuff here, it's hard to say what is actually going to be relevant. I'd like to just try and do this in Inkscape and see if I can read the SVG. Were you your diagrams.net? Oh, nope, I guess it got taken over or moved. Powered by draw.io. And this looks like exactly the same thing. I just called getMind. Well, I guess maybe this is similar, but it sure looks like a similar interface. This is all focused on one particular type of diagram. Draw.io. Well, I guess that's a little bit. That's a little bit of a different interface. This looks very similar. SQL specific DB diagram. Oh, this is getMind talking about their own things. Interesting. I don't know if diagramming is the right word. Maybe, I don't know if infographic is the right word either. Yeah, unfortunately, a random screenshot isn't going to show me if it has the stuff I need. I wouldn't mind necessarily buying something if it nailed the problem, but I just have no way to figure out right now. As far as readily available stuff, it looks like we've kind of got diagrams.net, which showed up twice. Now, is this the page about it rather than the app? Yes. Now, is this what I found before? Yeah, I did find this before. That's like a company. Open source technology stack. How? By picking one commercial ecosystem to charge for application. What's probably the profit margin is greatest? Use the software for free. That doesn't quite say how they make money. Now these things are lined up kind of nicely. Well, we bring this up. Can we even get useful results here? Where should we start? Well, it's certainly worst case. Some of these probably still need work. Well, I guess, oh, can we create nodes that we can tag in some way? Oops, just put it down, okay. Okay, so it knows how to line those up. It does not know diagonal, but it's on a grid, which is something, I guess. Okay, so the nodes have that. We have to get more serious about how we tag things. Oh, and actually, I guess we've got. Oh, so we've got our special cast. We've got our cast. This is where I kind of like mechanical layouts because you can like adjust spacing between things easily, but I don't I think it's going to be too weird to do that way. Special. Oh, we have limits. Dash. Is that center of the page? All right, let's see, you're just a curve. So are these just arrows? Or, I mean, rather they're just lines. Okay, we can't connect to things, although that didn't connect to what I wanted to. They do stay connected. I'll have to see what the data of this looks like. So what do we actually have as transitions here? Oh, since we were on a pointer, it connected to it. I don't know if that's going to be a good position. What did you connect to? So that's a simple one. I'm gonna have to do some. Actually, this probably is too close because there's not really any space for routing in here. Asymmetric edge. We've got curly brackets. That's one way to do it. Rather than having individual lines. Now, this brings it to one point, though, and I was looking at taking this off from several points, potentially. And there's some intermediate points there, not necessarily where we want them. Yeah, but now, oh, well, okay. I guess that sort of worked. But this is too close to actually see the connections, and these actually don't seem to be connected to this thing. So I'm not sure if I want connections coming out of these because they end up getting crossed a lot. But maybe I need to set up something where I like kind of hide those. Oh, we have oh, tree container. Okay. Annotations. So this one actually wouldn't be too bad in terms of the things coming off of the individuals. I don't know if there is... Oops, didn't want to do that. That turned me into a right angle. I don't necessarily want to be a right angle. Although maybe I'm going to do more like that. So it is actually a diagramming tool of sorts. Okay, so it puts us in draw mode and it creates one. So that would need some cleanup, although that would give me locations. Oh, snowburst is included in this. And indeed, these are probably could be placed farther up. Or at least farther apart. Ravenous, well... I guess I need this as a guideline. Oh, can I do arc lines at all? I mean, maybe if I got some data, I could fix it, but... I'm not sure I can. Active Directory. I mean, yeah, clip art, no. Icons. Just different generations of the... of somebody else's diagrams. Straight lines. Business process markup language? Yeah, it looks like I might have to do fix-ups on the other end if I want to do ground. Oh, infographic. Those are actually data-driven. No, material design, process engineering, still mostly icons. So I want curved lines. Maybe if I did that and it's not this kind of direction. I also want to evenly space things in a triangle, which to do that nicely would actually be a thing that you could better do in... Hello. That could actually be done in a calculated manner. But I just don't know if any of this other stuff would really not be convenient to do in code. Of course, not that this is super convenient either. Oop, that's the line. So something like that. I don't, it's not quite right, really. And so, I don't know if I've got this name right. So it's almost like I need an intermediate point. Waypoint. Which, this is where I could maybe use the circle again. So maybe I need to take like these particular structures and calculate them out. Yeah, this is trying to specifically be a whoopity whoop. And I think I'm adding more control points. Oh, that did the entire thing. And that did a square line. Yeah, so that's not quite the nice circular effect that I wanted. Oop, nope, that was the control point. I need to move you off, and nope, that's gonna do that. Oop, nope, not you. Oop, that's backwards. Oh man, that's such a crazy. Actually, I had a straight line. Wasn't I able to tweak it? Curve it a little bit. Doesn't feel like I can really get a circle effect there. I don't know if I want compressed. So this wouldn't really be any different than parsing the SVG. There's probably an XML package as much as the SVG package. MXCell, rhombus, okay, value, if we put that, we could give that a appropriate data attribute. Okay, so we got a shape, it has geometry. Target points. Source point, target point. Okay, so end arrow. Or is that just the arrow itself? Does not the, well, edge equals 1, parent equals 1. Vertex equals 1, parent equals 1. So a little bit of structure there. So cell ID, target ID. I guess not all of these are actually like node to node. Yeah, source target. So that would be node to node. We could just change the IDs. Perimeter. Drop target. Resize children. Why is there an arc size? Yes, I don't think I'm actually going to get good information out of this, but well, you have IDs. Wait, are those changing? Nope, I still can't turn that off. Oh, maybe it's drawing item 3839. All right, so I can't handle this. These are all going to be piecemeal. I don't... Short of using some kind of tagging system, I don't know... Oh, and there it is. So we could tag all of these as something. Oh, we've got line styles too. Oh, well, that's better. I still might need to replace that in the app because I don't know if I can get that to line up the way I want. Hmm. I want everything to be nicely aligned. I guess the grid helps a little bit with that, but it's like if I need to adjust this spacing, that's just going to be so much tweaking. On the other hand, it's hard to imagine how I would write code to do this kind of layout. I mean, these are all in our line. This is directly positioned to that. This is going to be on a circle, and then we have to connect it to that stuff. It would just be very manual code. So if I did it in Inkscape, we know Inkscape has some guidelines. I don't know if you can do like a line to circle. Now, where was guides, local guides, delete all guides, create guides around page. Is this just a thing we can insert? Gradients, meshes. There's a kind of diagram connector. Oop. Which doesn't connect anything. So in theory, that diagram tool does log actual connections. That's an object. Okay, so that's locked there. Rotate. Oh, we have even more icons. Snap to paths. Well, which pointer's snapping, though? This is doing corner to path. Snap to path intersections. Nodes, paths, and handles. Midpoints of line segments. That's probably this center. Well, so we could do that. What was the other guidelines we found? So view guides. Can that really be an extension? Okay, well, there's our zooms. So I know I can do guidelines in here, I just forgot how. I could make that, or we can go back and calculate just these things. It's going to be... But then I can't... Can I do arrows into them reliably if we're repositioning things to try and get that perfect? Arrange. We do have group and ungroup. Oh, there is a circle layout. Oops. Nope. Hmm. Yep. Nope, that's rotating everything. I need to rotate the circle layout within there. Now, I have parameters for that. Straight none. Perimeter rectangle. Yeah, maybe that's a one-time thing, not a property. So I'm not sure I can get good results in the diagramming tool. My big fear with all of these is if I decide I want to increase this spacing a little bit, you kind of just have to fidget with everything. Of course, this is a relatively straightforward layout. It's like you could imagine specifying, okay, lay it out in a line, put this one to the side of there. All right, are we missing? We've got just some straight up extra stuff. We've got connections. We've got the cross connections. Can we even import this? Which is, I mean, even testing that's going to be a process. And I haven't put a whole lot of thought into the exact positions of these. Now, I'm going to need to know some technical names, and I'm going to need to be able to associate them with nice names. So I created my visuals thing, and I left out the ID, which now we need to display that, of course. Now, was it just ID? No, we just called it trait. I guess this structure could be ID. All right, and then when we like, is it display trait? Display boon trait? Okay, not quite happy with that. Oh, right. This character is different. And maybe we want to make that a little bit smaller in general. All right, is there? Okay, not that, not that, not that. Okay, so nothing that's like, oh, right click is pan. All right, so if I want to be able to associate these and position my actual icons. So strike. Now I could perhaps put these in as the like the ID field, but we've already got the names elsewhere. Dash. Oops. Cast. Ooh. I guess the shield was before the bow. Oh, I didn't put labels on any of these. So one of these was like nourished soul. One of these was rare crop. And the other one's too blurred to see what it is. I guess we'll have whatever's left. Demeter's Aid. It was one of these up here. Cast Nova. Ravenous Will. Frozen Touch. That's what it was. Healing potency drop. Harvest boon drop. Winter Harvest is the instant chill kill. We're having a little bit of text overlap. This is getting it down where it is. So maybe the text needs to be even a separate layer from icons. Is that maximum or minimum? There's a maximum chill bonus slow. Maximum chill blast. Okay, so this isn't doing a whole lot with connections, but it can be a test of if we can usefully position stuff. Oh, I checked compressed. Diagram ID. I guess this is just like some gzip or something. This is open source. I guess that should be documented somewhere. Probably should have said save. And do anything with it, it'd probably have to be here. Now, can we parse XML? I might. I mean, I could try. I know I saw an SVG parser. Interesting. Oh, that might be the diagram. Ooh, some of the stuff is paths. Oh, okay, so paths is probably the arrows. Yes, this doesn't have the sort of object level connection information to the extent there was any. Yep, right, already opened one. Decoders for XML input. Okay, so this is encoder, decoder, and queries. That's extra. HTTP client for XML API. XML decode. XML into Elm is a value. I'm assuming that's like an XML value versus a JSON value. Tag name, tag name. Well, it's decode. These are pretty low level values. Any tags matching. Oh, I might have to import this as some sort of dict, because I just kind of need everything and to match it up with my other stuff, unless I query for the thing that are specifically as other stuff. Change the other XML of tag. Wait, how do you get attributes? Okay, so age. Tag name, tag age. No, that doesn't, yeah, it doesn't get into the attribute value. XML to JSON, JSON to XML. Name, name. String int children. Well, there's a dict.empty here. Any tags matching. Object name. Tags name. Oh, so maybe it's just we have a sort of exposed representation. And you're thinking, okay, if we can find this, then you can look up the attributes yourself. Then grab the value from that. Tag name dict.empty. Stir node. So would value be defined? Okay. Representation is a tag string dict value. So this is an exposed value. So if we find that, we could take a tag and like map it to, or well, like that, and then take the value and do things with it. Root node. Is an element string list attribute list node. attribute is name value. So this is a very parse it and deal with the structure directly. This is, okay, so XML parser. This thing full package parser decoder intended to provide an alternative with exhibit the following properties. Decoder-based APIs, decoder pipeline, identical tags, path of tags. This has no attributes in its sample. List of XML values. XML string, XML, so parser to XML? Okay, so I guess this is like the literal form of it, which is element, list of something. XML node into a string is a text, element, empty text, a single text child otherwise fails. Okay, string from that thing. Node into itself. Okay, element, attributes, children. Oh, attribute decoders. Ignored items that cannot be decoded. Succeed failed one of. All right, so this will be kind of familiar. We've got definite ways to get attributes. So that's okay. So that's what we'll look at. I need to take a little break. I'll be back in a few minutes. There we go. We need to have an event for this. Loaded. Now I could actually do the JSON decode in the function. So then it would be loaded rule set. For science, but you can't really drag yourself, unfortunately. Now, this could be this. Now, I could maybe see this being more interesting in multiplayer, where you could drag it farther. But yeah, they seem to have caught that. Where is Headwin's specific thing? Why is it not in my inventory? Oops, wrong button. There it is.
It's back.
No, wrong one. Oop, oh, cleared the cave. Woo! Got a little bit of air there.
We don't need one to.
Little ways away. Okay, he is actually using turn. I wonder if he gets full turn. Or if it's going to be a little bit shorter, like, to match me. Or maybe he just didn't touch this fight at all. Or maybe it's just broken. Because his AI was written expecting a longer turn than he has. Maybe it's just broken. Relatively unmolested there. And a crash fish dies for no reason somewhere. Both. Okay, so you were like, hey, it's a new update, I should find... Okay.
Crashed.
So that might be, Welcome back. Let's see, I think we've already had to fetch our JSON, so it's not like we're going to have to add HTTP. We're just going to have to get this as a string, because I think HTTP only has support for JSON decoder built in. Maybe we could sort of add a thing for that, but we'll have to see. All right, so we have a fetch traits, which is pretty simple. Now, this is just kind of a test right now. There's going to be a string. It'll still be an error. Only we want to see what we got. And sure enough, we need the command batch. Okay, so we got a string. No biggie there. Oops. All right, what do we got? We're kind of done with that search. I still don't know what their business model is. Maybe they consult on integrations? These say third party. Psst, that's just code. Convert, okay. Usage terms, no restrictions. Huh. Yes, I don't know what your deal is. Oh, if this works out, we might want the local app. That was the SVG test. One of these is our first test. Okay, that's 2, that's 1. That was our search for XML. This doesn't have explicit support for attributes. It's using this under the hood. Okay, I didn't have parser before. Underlying parser. Interesting, it deals with hex. Is the compressed form a standard thing? Okay, that's running it on a string. We could conceivably set up tests and like pull fragments out of there. Can we set up a... Well, once we have a decoder, we can set up a convenience function. We have a traits decode, so this... Man, what are we even going to decode a layout into? Maybe I do need to do a sort of test thing, kind of build up what we want to get. Well, I guess the thing I want right now is just coordinates. IDs and coordinates. So we've got traits. Now that was plural. This is... That's always an ambiguous thing. What are you? Are you a record? I guess the rest of my app is technically using points. Now, that's an item. That is not a layout. Placement? A layout would be... This could almost be a dict. Source, layout, decode. Layout.decode. I mean, maybe just layout. Import xml.decode. There's going to be a decoder module. You are a decoder of layouts. Now, I can't actually decode a full layout yet. Can't decode anything yet. MX cells. XY with height. Yeah, that's one thing. So you've got a root, a diagram. It was like we wanted to code a list. I guess layout would do the top level stuff, wouldn't it? So this would be path. Diagram, maybe multiple pages. A MX graph model. A root. And then, oh, well, there's a list. Now, we don't want every MX cell. Oop. Well, there is the like lossy list or whatever. Because these all aren't going to decode to something we care about. Maybe I need to map. Maybe you're actually, are you like a maybe placement? I guess that, making that a maybe and throwing out the others would be basically the same as the lossy list. Except that we could inspect the intermediate results, perhaps. Okay, node into itself. So we treat this as a list, then what? We need value. And these could potentially have errors. What was the other one had lossy? Single list, leaky list. And you are going to be a map. Wasn't there a pipeline format? It's a succeed. I don't know, does that give me fewer options? So we have an ID, which is the value property. We're doing like path 2. Is default value if node is missing. To a maybe value. Now, you see, this doesn't seem to give me full control here. It is just a decoder, so maybe these are just helpers. Right, I had to do, in JSON, we had to do a particular thing that was like map to of one of our operators. And then we can pull out a adder. A stringator. And we actually have to go to a child. Now, are you... Okay, single string. Huh, so that's the top level. Then we could do... required path mx geometry. And that would be a point decoder. So given that node, and this is just a very map to, yeah, this is just tuple. Technically, it's probably an int in here, but we know we're going to use floats. Do we have floatator? Yes. So I might have to back this up to a test suite to kind of work out how all this XML parsing works. All right, so got layout. We know we got XML. We know we got a string. Run decoder on string. Okay, I have to be able to run this. So that has a run. I don't know if I can. I could maybe do XML. No, we only need like one method from this, hopefully. I guess I should have left this. XML.run, and we also need our code. Decode.layout on this. And maybe it's XML.decode. Placement. Yes. Required path. Point value is a decoder float. Required path needs the second argument to be a list decoder. Not right, we said not to do that. It's a leaky list. So I guess we need to not do that. Well, it's gonna tell me that the first node doesn't match, and then it's gonna end. Okay, that should definitely not be. I guess it's just an empty list. All right, well. Let's see. So we've got bin monitor. Does Elm test need anything in the app? So I believe it's in global install. Save dev. Maybe we need it. No test found test directory. Okay, okay, there is a dependency there. All right, so tests. This is going to be it's a layout decode, but really this is a that's the module it's testing. Okay, I don't need to fuzz anything, thanks. Okay. All right, so watch test. Source and tests. Now, what did I do from decoder? I could almost do an exposed star from here. But we're going to need to build up our bits. Layout. I guess I'm going to have to build construct examples of these type to compare against. Oh, I haven't actually removed example. So we're seeing it twice. We just made a new one that was using it. We didn't actually rename it. Okay. Now. So suite can be a single test. I guess the Elm package is actually going to have more on this stuff. Yeah, just we need groups. Diagrams.net. So our most basic thing is going to be a point, I guess. Okay, so we need to do something. And actually, this is going to be Demeter. Oh, that's just too many files. Oh, I'm going to need to be editing that too. Of course, this might come down to whether we are focusing on the right node. Oh, this is... Can we do this? Oh, and we did in fact need to close this. Okay, so we can use that to work around the bedded quotes. But what we really want is that, which is actually going to be a type error. That's a result. Okay, so if we focus on one of these, that part works. How do we know if we focus on one of those? I guess I could do the thing that returns a node if it comes to that. Yeah, I don't know an operator for that. And you are supposed to be equal to, what is it, ID? And of course it's a long one. Okay. So I guess it's getting thrown off by these other MX cells. Yeah, that's actually working. Okay, so that... we can cut this down a little bit. So like we don't necessarily need the rest of these. Although there might be some other problem cases in there. And you're actually going to be like a list of those. Result string. Where is that result string? Okay, empty list. So here's where we can test this theory. No, that's not it. Do we not include the last element? No, that's not it. Did we mistype an intermediate element? Hmm. All right. My syntax highlighting is so confused. Turning the parentheses, yes. No, types don't match. Oh shit, I did leave. Well, I guess I want to get that working before you mess with it. Ultimately, that layout has to run against the real thing. All right, so what was? Let's test. The other discards like a type definition for processing instructions, only cares about root XML node. Oh, okay. So given a structure like this, into itself, okay, so like element blah 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 blah. So for this to be true, we would have to be like element foo empty empty. Not expose an element variation. Oh, so are you showing me things that I can't do? Although maybe this is part of the other package. XML parser element. Oh, you're very confused. Ah, right. So we have to bump this up for a little while. Okay, I'm putting node. Ah, okay. Hmm. path needs the second argument to be decode list decoder. Oh, so it is specifically, we've pathed to something. It's gonna contain a list. Okay, so we are actually not parsing anything. Is this a poorly formatted file? Is this thing confusing it? No. Well, this is the decoder. So it's not able to find this path. So we just need to say that. Now it's a decoder instead of a list decoder. String node, list node. It expects. Okay, it did manage to parse something. And it's an element called mxFile. So path is not apparently doing what I think it does. How can I even test this? Because it changes the type. Can I specify nothing? What did we do? We changed the wrong one. Okay, we still got a value. Oh. So when we're doing paths, the top level element is assumed to be not there? Is that how this works? So that still gives you a diagram, but it did parse. MX graph model, and then the node we've got is indeed that last thing, apparently. And that's a list of those, interestingly enough. So do I then have to say, and then parse the MX cells out of there? Okay, so that's element root, and we're still getting MX cells. So if we say MX cell, then we get nothing. So okay, maybe I was just mistyping MX cell. Did I ever? I don't think I ever dealt with MX cell. It's just like, what's that list of elements? Okay, so including MX cell does give you the MX cells as the items. So what does this mean for us here? This means we do not have MX file. And we probably need to do specify MX cell. So that's still nothing. Maybe we just do drop the MX file. Well, it's gonna be an actual error. Path, diagram, model root. Thank you. Node not found. I wish it would tell me which node it was looking for. Can I set up? Well, no, I can set up comparables to this in terms of what we're getting. What we're testing right now is indeed path diagram root MX cell. This did nothing when we did MX cell. Oh no. I guess I still typoed something last time. So the entire thing was we were missing MX file. So this was a useful thing, but I also don't want it necessarily running all the time. It was a useful exercise. Now, what I haven't done is what about meter? How much do these mess things up? Yeah, it's not saying what node isn't found. Can we put our lazy, it wasn't lazy, leaky list? Okay, so that does work. But we're still okay nothing. Okay. Brick time. Oh, you know what? I can do that. I can beacon this, but I think I actually may have lost track of leaving my beacons as I was just trying to move forward. Oh, that is a definite bug. As we erase the floaters to the surface.
Oxygen.
Or they might be beyond the surface right now. I'm not the only thing overshooting. Pardon me. So this is the most effective I've gotten one yet. Was not able to avoid using door
piles and piles.
All right. Science time.
Or science.
Aww. The platform is, however, facing up. And trying to balance itself to the floor.
Yeah.
Well, not all experiments are successful. Lovely dupes. Hello, Bashful. Thank you for following. I'm glad you're enjoying my playthrough where I'm winning far more than I expected to somehow. I guess the way things are going, our next step is going to be to put on all the Titan stars and see if I can get the achievement for that. And, you know, because if that doesn't... Welcome back. Okay, so I got this to pass. Why are you not passing now? Because that should be using the... Well, it's not the full file. What's breaking it, though? Because we should get at least that one entry out. Oh, no. I left this in here in the test. Okay. Multicode.run. Oh, because I'm not compiling. We're in test mode. Okay, that's the node. Okay. Well, okay. We've still got some funny business here. I guess those must be like the IDs for arrows? which is something we're going to have to look into later, but that might require us to parse into a more interesting structure. So what can we do with this now? We can go through, if anything matches a trait, we can attempt to position it there. Which means we have to store something in the model and pass it on down. I'm going to move that up. Yeah, I guess this is more like kind of raw data. Did I? Traits exposing. Layout.decode. Oh, we haven't had to mention this stuff yet. Oh, and then we have to init this. Which is still just a list right now. Equals this thing. Oh, your result. Which is where it could potentially do a custom decode. Well, what do they even call it? Expect. Empty body, string body. Defining JSON body looks like this. Now, can we define bodies? Oh no, this is the defining bodies. Multipart. Expect. A bugging message. Was it string body? Oh, is this for sending bodies? Okay, so that's the wrong direction. Yeah, this is a closed type. Now I could sort of pull this out. I might be able to construct an error. Or I need to come back to you. you need, well, we're calling this layout. Really, it would be, I guess this would be like receive XML in the general form. So this would be a xml.decode.decoder of a, think about our argument order. So your first argument is the message. And when you're a JSON decoder, you then do the decoder. And we can't, I guess you would go to a string, to a message. Because we want to end up with a string to message for the, do we? Expect string takes a result. No, it gives you a result. So we have to end up with this. This is an http.error. I guess that's the argument to you. So we have a tagger, we have a decoder, and we're going to return the thing that we can pass to expect string. And then the message itself, so this is a result error A to message. So this has to decode for the error case. No, this returns a function that decodes for the error case? Or is this just curried? And then the response. Oh, is this just a response map at this level? Or result map? Hmm. So what do you return? If so, that could just be a string. Now it would be an and then, because we could turn a success into a error. kind of want something to the effect of and then that changes type. So got layout was indeed taking a result. Of course, then we are string to and then got layout takes care of the message stuff. Which means you don't need a tagger because we're just gonna pipe you through. Oh, I had the string in here. The string comes from that result. So we have a decoder. We have a result. Which we could kind of cheese there, maybe. No, it's and then because it's going to make new errors. If it's a string, then it is an xml.decode.run. And what was our argument order on that? Decoder and run decoder. But I have to transform your result. Yeah, I was using all the examples. Result string type error. So then we have to So then you have to result.map error to http bad body. The argument is a string result string. Function expects result string. Well, that's a result.map error. Well, yes, you return a result. The argument is that the argument or is it the function? A string to, okay, bad body. I could maybe see that being, no, bad body is an HTTP error type. Result string string, result string. Okay, so there's the HTTP error thing. Are you able to result and then into a different type? Because then we could do it as this way. That doesn't make sense because it could come in with an error type. Batty body. The argument is string string. The argument is a function. Expects result string. Oh, okay, for this, because we were doing the inline format. Body is result string to HTTP error. The type annotation on receive XML says it should be an error to error. Expect string. Oh, expect string response. Oh, you could define your own. Oh, is that what you have to do? Decode else bad body of. Oh, is the error not a string? No, we've been getting string here, so I think that's why we're getting that. Result string. So if we want to do an expect XML, we should be using expect string response. Even though all of these are just pass through. Maybe it's called in a different way? It does make you make more of a arbitrary expect. I'm curious why this doesn't work though. What could I return from here that would be trivially true? The layout's a list, right? But this assumes things about type A. Okay, it produces a error list A. That it should be result HTTP error string. Does it should be a function? Did I get too many results in here? We have a decoder. We have the initial result from expect string. Oh. So we were doing that kind of inline before. Got layout was a string. I wonder if that was messing something up. I see there's a function again. Oh, because we were passing the decoder into there. And I'm not sure how that precedence works out. Do you know, that's not part of one of the operators. And the type on got layout is wrong. Okay. So that fixed up some of the issues. So if we're doing it this way, if we've got a result, result.and then okay, so we're already off. Oh, right. Okay. Now we think that is going to be string to result. And that should give us a different type of error. Can it find an HTTT? Argument is string to result string layout. Oh, maybe this is what messed me up before, because I had that in a little parenthesis. So we could make that, let's see. Huh. Which makes me wonder what the expect response, what's the big deal there? Because surely we could make a expect XML built on that. Oh, this is not variable type. That's fine. Okay, so the example of an expect JSON was a to message in a decoder. An A2 And you return, oh, can I even? Is expect a variable type? Expect message. Expect string, receive XML. I mean, I guess that this is a useful thing if you want to get into some of those error messages. Okay. A message. A result. In fact, that is true. Okay, pretty small win, I guess. Okay, I must have stopped printing it out. We're not getting an error message. We have it in the model, which means we have to add to this. And we're kind of putting some as of yet unfully formed stuff through here. Are we kind of dealing directly with these? And what can you do with that? This is starting to get a little silly. You can iterate through the list, seeing if any of those IDs match. And the question is, should we put this into a dictionary to like look up data about that point? But I'm not sure how connections are going to work yet. So right now, display God. No, it's basic boons, layout basic boons, which doesn't get that information. Which just does the circle layout. So we have to push this all the way down. And figure out a whole lot of scaling stuff. I guess in the duo. Hmm. It's gonna be an if no matter what you do about it. Did I have under trait? I did. Although we're decoding it just as a string. We could filter map. Because otherwise I'm going to have to maybe map to get the point out of the result if there is one. Although this is a little bit more direct for what we're doing. We still have to look at this, don't we? Oh, because it's called ID. This dot head. Maybe dot map. Point. Oh, I didn't define a point type here. You don't deal with points. Let's say point geometry. Say it's going to be that. Oop, no, that should be enough parentheses. What the heck are you talking about? Is it not list head? No, I just had in here. No. Yes. Did I overgeneralize the type? I mean, we've fully specified this. It is a type that has an ID. This is just a filter, so that shouldn't change the type of this. Maybe Elm's just being stupid. What the heck? Oh, because we didn't put the list in. We're getting some weird function thing. So what did I call it? Get placement. Now this is going to be on a point-by-point basis. So we've got a trait. Unfortunately, it makes this more complicated than we like. Oh, this is probably going to be a regardless of that. And he's going to be all over the place until we figure out how to scale stuff. Have I not pulled you in yet? Nope, there's layout. Oh, but it's not, probably not exposing it. Ah, yes, it is being very particular. I thought it was a simple enough thing, I was just doing it all. What? And did I? I did. So we're casing off of this to handle the maybe stuff. Oh, do you need the layout? I should do that. Wow, okay. That breaks everything in strange and unusual ways. Now that's zooming in, I think. How the heck do we do that? Oh, this is probably like super scaled. And everything ends up being too small? Geometry dot scale. I mean, that's the division operator. Okay. So that appears to be flipped. No, it's probably Y flipped. Which I guess should I consider that an input concern? I mean, I have to do other scaling. I don't have a good way to do X and Y specific stuff, though, right now. And that's still like way too big. Am I scaling this like my entire chart? Oh, no, didn't compile. What? Oh, pfft. Okay, so we definitely missed a few names. And I'm still debating whether I want to rotate that. And it looks like that must be 0 point here. Okay, that was way too much. Is this the 05? I guess you need to be plus. That's kind of it. All right, so what did we mess up here? Maximum, chill, bonus slow. Oh. Why do you have garbage in there? Did I accidentally, did I do a carriage return at some point? Okay, well, at least I can see it. Doesn't clear formatting. Well, now I know what to look for. No. And bonus slow. Oh, right, this is still this file, so I just need to get this. I guess I could also just say, treat this as an import fix-up problem. So that's kind of it. Now what about lines? Value blank. There's Right, because would they be like greater thans? No. I was getting some things that were bracket bracket. Hmm. So if I changed the IDs of these elements, I could at least it'd be easier to follow the source and targets. Although some of them would still be garbage because they're just to waypoints and whatnot. Okay, so we can have a geometry that doesn't have an X and a Y. End arrow. They're both geometry. I don't have a whole lot of lines in here. Hmm. I might have to be looking at something at the looking for strings in the style to identify lines. Actually, did I see some circuit stuff in here? What are you connected to? It does have some concept of being connected. Is this a... Okay. Logical transmission paths? Bus width. Cable group. 8-lane bus. So this is a special thing that's locked into horizontal and vertical from the looks of things. And must try to maintain its connections. Okay, so that's not... I could certainly do the diagrams that way. Well, that's too constrained, unfortunately. It's hard to tell if there's anything... Oh? Oh, so you like took this point to point and then and moved it around. These are all transition paths. So what does connections look like? So it knows that if you're doing from here, it's a transmission path, basically. I don't know if it's actually connected to that line. Well, here's where we test that. No, it is not. There were two lines there. No, it is not connected. Maybe they were kind of doing that thing. Okay. Now maybe I had the wrong kind of line there, but yeah, I don't necessarily have connection information here. And that might be a bit of a problem. I can get a bunch of line segments. I can put text on them. The way I was doing that with the other chart was just to concatenate everything, which should not be fun to hand enter. If I was able to assign an attribute to it, how would I then indicate that the other things were connecting to that particular path? I guess one option is you have overlaid definitions. You know, this has a path, I guess, to both of those. So at some point it does become common stuff. This has a path to those. This has its path to those. This has its path to those. This has its path to those. Might be useful to conditionally display the inputs. These. Yeah, so some of these have sources and targets. So we're going to identify an edge leaving one of these. I can, and I might have to go back and overload ID a little bit, or think about IDs. I can identify things going into nodes. These might be kind of connected to this. I don't really have any way to identify. Now is this... Oh! Wasn't that special? Just connect to nearest neighbor. How do we indicate that those are all connected to the same network? And of course, we also wanted to sort of identify that with we already have like prerequisite data. But I don't even know that those are connected to anything. Predefined placeholders. Ah. Labels and tooltips. In shape labels and tooltips, show the value of the custom property of that shape. The container shape it is inside or an ancestor in a multi-group shape. ID, date, time, timestamp. Well, that would allow me to put it in as the ID and then do that, I guess. Metadata are custom properties. Placeholder into a container shape with a matching property. The label that contains this will be updated automatically. Explicitly tell diagrams you want to use them. ID group, group blue. Group blue, shape style oval. I'm going to shape into a container. I'm with okay. That would take some tricks to experience to use. To a tooltip. Labels and infrastructure diagrams. So that, okay, so that diagram, okay, base address, subaddresses. Style connectors. Table shapes. Data action, toggle cells. Intonation. So I might be able to use something like that to get initial names. Shapes are today one line. I'm just going to contain label text. One or more columns as labels. Formatting commands. One or more columns as labels. Name and position. Connect. Target and source data for connectors. And I could maybe try to get the connection information and start dragging it around, but the connection types aren't going to be quite right. This is like all comments, not actual CSV. Okay, and then, okay, so this is spacing between nodes. Name, position, blah, 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 blah. So that's more like a raw data dump. Connect from manager to name. Okay, so then this is the actual data. Node firewall database. Oh, connected. Those are pretty plain connections. I guess these sort of run together. Might just be two different lines with a little hook on them. It's a very wide document. Connect from branch ID to entry. There's all the properties there. Okay, so ID to ID. There's got to be something that is style name branch. I guess it's just assuming flowchart. So I would want to be able to collect data. Well, at least the node names would be convenient. Connectors would be interesting, but I don't know if that's going to really be practical. Connectors. Okay, rotating shapes, sure. Connector label text. Yeah, rotate grab handle. Yeah, okay, that was a little bit weird. That was draw.io back then. Oh, rough.js makes that style. Okay, so technically that was a waypoint. Remove a waypoint. They're all waypoints. Well, no, I guess they've been diagrams for a while. Automatically generate diagrams. I haven't heard about this one. No, it doesn't look that far from Dottie and Company. Oh, yeah, Markdown. Oh, B with this label, and then you can use shorthand from then on. Okay, so this has like specific. Or maybe this is maybe just the names that they're using. I don't know if that's important. Yeah, because there's no shape specified here, so there's some. That'll be some implicit stuff there. Hmm. I guess I could use pages for different gods. I'd have to sort out how to parse the pages. I'm not sure how easy that would be to change later, though. On to arrows. Oh, just keep on building with the new connections. Okay. Clone and connect. Can we create anchor points? Shape style snap to point. Okay. Ah, there is a documentation thing. Basic flowchart. Work with connectors. Move around. Stay attached to fixed. Wait. Which is which? Ah, okay. So floating will make the shortest path. Fixed will stay on the same side. And drop the connector in when the shape outline is blue. Look and drag a connector from the 4 directional arrows. A fixed connector over the shape. Oh, that has multiple points. This could have been an older document. You can fix the end of a connection to any location within a shape. The shape to have different connection points. Vector style options. Can I do that on lines? Fix connection anywhere within a shape. Hold down Alt. So you're probably connected. What a... Okay, you're trying to do stuff. I don't feel like you're connected. Nope. Okay, so it's indicating targeting this. It's got a very weird routing to do it. I do not seem to be able to target a line, though. Maybe I have to use like a really thin rectangle or something for the crossbars. Of course, then it's a shape, and I've so far been shapes have been my nodes. But maybe that would be a way to indicate a kind of lane. Yep. Wait, I moved the other line to you? These don't have quite the exact same angle. Uh, can we fix that angle? Oh, that's 45 degrees. Maybe that one was off. Okay, that's a little bit circuitous there. And now you see, if I connect to it at all, it goes crazy. I guess I'm a little bit too high or too low. You see, I don't want to turn though. Oh, I bet because it's rotated. It's doing something in terms of the shape's original orientation. So I was thinking, oh, well, this side was originally the bottom. So we're going to connect to it that way. I guess all I kind of need is, well, I was looking for the start and end points maybe. You created a new line? You created a new line. Yeah, I can go down into it. Nope, wrong node. There's a random point here. Nope, because alt doesn't do it. I can drag off of you. But it still has this upward angle to it. I think the rotation must have confused it. Because that's like upside down. Well, that one's almost right. Oh, can I even make arcs in this? Not really seeing any handles. Well, surely they have a way to do pie wedges. Specifically, you want the arc line. It's technically a polyline. I guess a curved line. Okay, so arc. Oop. We're not going to be much better for connection, though. Now I'm wondering if maybe some of these positions aren't actually accurate enough to get everything lined up nicely. All right, so I specifically exported this. This might just be compressed versus uncompressed. Okay, yeah, it's just the compressed XML, really. And we've got import. Hmm. Okay, so let's connect to anywhere. Yeah, that's basics. That didn't actually work as well as we wanted because of rotation, we think. I guess one way to do this would be to define the waypoints first and then do all of the connections between them. We still have the problem of how do we indicate that that's all part of like one network, which we could do with attributes, but it's hard to say. That's gonna be a lot of manual tagging. I guess to a certain extent there's gonna be some manual work regardless, but that's gonna be tagging a bunch of lines in here. And we are eventually going to have to do some crazy routing for things. Like, I don't know. Oh, is that technically the page position? We're technically off the page position. Nope, didn't want to do that. Yes, okay, now it's a single page. Like if we start getting into the other god stuff, it gets really loopy. So like that goes to, and we have to identify where that goes to. It goes to Artemis. We've got a whole little subset here. Oop. Oh, no, we just added a line. From attack. Mm. Okay, that copied. And that's not even a good line. Control, Alt, Shift. Well, and I guess maybe my line should be farther out. And this stuff's too cramped up, but that's not a good experience right there. Ooh. But actually, that only needed to go over aid, which avoids our problem node entirely. Possibly have connections up to that, which might actually be up to that. Put it more like that. And I don't know if I can do a pointer from. Doesn't been kind of hold the whole issue. Oh no, that added a pointer. Where did it add a pointer? I keep thinking I'm picking a tool. Yeah. It's kind of incidental. So we actually wanted that to come up and out. Hmm. Oh, it added a new one. So this is add an element. I just want to move the thing. And this is why I kind of didn't want to do diagramming software. Because the alternate might be kind of making my own little diagramming software. Now, you might actually... do something like that. But then if we need to do another branch, we have to add a whole new... I don't think you can branch lines easily. Well, I don't have any control over that. Fabulous! Good going, Twitch, with the condom ads on the channel marked not for mature viewers. I can't really get over exact with these positions because they're ultimately going to have to match up with the outer ring stuff. Yeah, I mean, I could look through the settings, but I don't think I have any control of that. Even if I run ads, it's going to run the same ads. Yeah, we got the crossover problems here too. So this is painstaking. I don't know if the other solutions are less painstaking. Problem with this is I'm not getting connection information out of it. So I can draw lines that look like they're connected, but they're not actually connected. Although that one, this is probably snap to grid rather than anything else. Yeah. So we've got this little problem here where we don't have those connected, which is kind of what we're looking at as our test case. I don't currently have a way to say those things are any way related. Short of going in through and tagging custom attributes, maybe I should try to get that one line tagged. But even then, the points don't match up, even visually. Yeah. Actually, okay, that did. It did call that a download, so we should have it. I don't see how to even set up a good test here. Well, we can do connections, but they're not going to be visually connected. Right, the way to do that might be to put down waypoints and connect all the waypoints. Although, so I did a waypoint here. That's 40. So that is the. Oh, wait, no, that's the arc. It has a source point and a target point. It has a does have a source and a target. Dash 30, shape equals waypoint. So maybe I could use that to define nodes where everywhere I need a juncture. However, I'm feeling like it's probably getting good time for lunch. They give you the first boon. Yeah, the in-game stuff is nice. Or would be nice. I might want to set this up where you can like select the thing you've got and it will show where that can lead you. But in order to well, I guess I could do that on the individual icon level. I've already got that information. The question is, how do we actually draw the path such that, if you highlight something, it will highlight all the things you can get to from there. And right now, these paths are not connected, so I don't really have a way to trace that graphically. So I can set up a waypoint test to see if this would be a practical way to make networks. Even if I define my own tool, it would basically come down to dragging around points. The only thing is I might be able to define some alignment rules that work better for certain cases. But at that point, I'm like recreating this entire application. We are going to probably ignore this data file for now. What stuff are we doing in public? We're not doing a lot of stuff in public. Now, in terms of that stuff, I want to have it on this chart because that part going to get to the duo boons. I might have to do full dynamic layout because there's just so much stuff that's possible. If we only showed the things that you have and that are adjacent, it might actually be a little bit easier to follow. Anyway. Thanks for watching. Thanks to support from subscribers and everybody well, I can't even see the people who hosted me anymore. That's what I'm usually on. And I seem to be getting behind on other coders at this time. We've got some game engine development. It's a little bit divergent, although it's still programming and games related. So if you're looking for some place cool to hang out, the corner piece is working on a game engine, and that's the place cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye and until next time.